Good morning, everybody. I'm Cassidy James Blady from the Endless OS Foundation, and I'm here to talk about how to make a delightful app listing. Thanks for coming. Hopefully we can learn something. So how many of you have seen an app listing in your favorite app store that looks something like this? Magic 8-Ball by Magic 8-Ball developers. Magic 8-Ball is a simple GTK4 toy Magic 8-Ball program for GNU/Linux written in Vala using GNOME technologies and making use of libadwaita. It supports Xorg and Wayland. And it has a beautiful handcrafted icon there that is a stock image with a white background that goes edge to edge. You know, perfect, beautiful stuff. We've all seen something like that. How many of you have maybe written an app description like this? Yeah? Anybody? Maybe? Yeah, okay. So we're going to talk about how we can be better. This is an app, I'm kind of poking fun at myself a little bit here because this is actually my app, which is a toy Magic 8-Ball app written in GTK4 and libadwaita and all that. But this is an example of how you could write a little bit maybe more interesting of an app listing. This is, you know, the same exact app, but it's actually taking a little bit of care to create a great app listing. And there's even more cool stuff you can do that's not showing on the slide that we'll get to. So we're going to show how to get from there to something a little bit more like this, maybe. Spoiler alert, here is the brief agenda. So first we're going to talk about who this talk is for and why blank is not a bad word. We're going to talk about the wonderfully named free desktop AppStream meta info. And we're going to talk about how we can actually provide quality meta info. So who's this talk for? Raise your hand if you're an app developer. Like you started raising your hand before I even said if. Raise your hand if you work on ecosystem things like toolkits, libraries, distros.
Sorry. Please.
Distros, Flatpak, app stores, desktop environments. Yeah, that's pretty much everybody here, right? Raise your hand if you want to help open source apps be more successful. Hey, okay, so this talk's for all of you. Let's get into that for just a second though. App developers, so this is really targeted for app developers. App developers are the best people suited to know what their apps are about, and importantly, how to communicate that. As a kind of a secondary audience, the ecosystem people working on the platform, etc. I hope this talk might reveal some capabilities that you didn't know about that could be implemented in the ecosystem. And it's also interesting for like potential contributors, especially like first-time contributors. If you're looking for a way to improve your favorite app, its app listing might need help, and that's a good way to get involved, and it's good to know what's possible to do that. And also remember, like just kind of for context, games are apps too. So if you're a game developer or you work with a game developer, like this all applies for games too, right? So blank is not a bad word. I hope I'm allowed to say this in front of a diverse community of open source people. You ready? Marketing is not a bad word, right? In fact, I would go a little bit further and I would say marketing is a requirement for open source apps. It's really any apps. App store listings, when you go to an app store, it's a marketing page, right? There's no way around it. It's the same as like a landing page on the web or a flyer that's advertising your product in the real world. You can try to be strictly dry and factual, and that's going to bore everybody. You have to actually market your product. So marketing is a requirement if you want people to find your app, to enjoy it, and even contribute to your app. If they find it more interesting, that can bring them on board to be like, that's exciting, I want to contribute. And if we look at mainstream proprietary app stores, popular apps there have like at least a marketing person, if not an entire marketing department, like making beautiful icons and writing copy and like A/B testing what works best on their app listings and all those things. As a pretty interesting example here, Apple, one of the most like profitable companies in the history of humankind. It's kind of what we're up against, right? As an example, straight from their website, We can even help with marketing both on and off the App Store. The App Store has a global marketing team whose sole purpose is to drive discovery and engagement. Campaigns and programs are created to assist, inform, and inspire our users while also helping our developers drive downloads and re-downloads of their apps and games. So like, not suggesting that we create this massive global marketing team, but it's more to set the context of like, this is what people on their mobile devices, on their iPads or Macs, this is what they're expecting from an app store. So like, we're competing with that. We gotta do something that can hold its own, right? So always think from that marketing perspective when you're working on an app store listing. An app's README on GitHub is a great place to put technical information. Your app store listing should be selling your app to the people who want to see it. So let's talk about free desktop AppStream meta info. If you've never heard of this before, it sounds like I just made it up, or I really like compound words. But we look at each word real quick to kind of break it down, right? Free desktop. I like to think of it as software and specs to make open source desktops and ecosystems interoperable. It's a lot more complicated than that. It's a simple view. The key word is interoperable. So if you've not heard of free desktop, it's why clicking on the icon of a Gnome app opens that app, whether you're on Gnome or KDE or Elementary OS or XFCE or whatever. It's why clicking a link in a Qt app opens your GTK web browser. Like, it's why everything works together. It's also the umbrella for projects like portals, which are used on every modern Linux-based OS to provide sandboxed apps, different functionalities and access while keeping users in control. But it's really important stuff. It's basically the plumbing between apps on a modern desktop. So under the free desktop umbrella, there's this thing called AppStream. And it's software and specs to present and describe apps, which might make a little more sense if we look at what meta info is. It's HTML to describe apps, basically. So free desktop, AppStream, meta info, it's a mouthful. It's how to describe apps in an interoperable way. It's the standard. If you're an app developer, you should probably be familiar with it. If you're not, there's great documentation. We'll get into that in a minute. Here's an example. Don't actually read the XML. It's just XML. It's just showing it it's XML. If you were to read it, you'd see the list of the things that are on the left, right? So you have things like the name of the app, the developer's name, a short summary, a long description, links to screenshots, you have release notes, content ratings, relevant URLs like help pages and translation links, and you have branding like icons and colors. You have technical things like the binary name and the app ID and the license information. So this is all in AppStream, meta info. And it's what powers things like this. If you've used Gnome lately, this is Gnome software. And I think it's running on Endless OS in this case, but it is what powers all that information goes into the App Store listing. So that's how all this information is populated. It's also used in places like the Circle website. So if you are making an app for Gnome, it's like a third-party app, but you want it to follow the Gnome design guidelines. That information from your AppStream is used to create a landing page for your website. Again, it's a marketing page, right? It's a beautiful place to link to your site. It can be kind of the jumping off point for people to go to other links, or just a nice place to showcase your work. So how do we ensure quality of this information? How do we actually create good info? First, for icons, don't grab a stock public domain image off Wikipedia like I did last night. Follow the design guidelines. They're really good. We've spent a lot of time on them. The really cool thing about the design guidelines is even if your app is not only targeting Gnome, the design guidelines have been designed to be pretty consistent with like modern icon styles. They jive really well with like cross-platform app icons, but there are very easy to follow guidelines. So just do that. If you can't do that, find a designer who is nice to you and you like, and maybe work on an icon together. So the description of your app. This is what powers the, here's the long description. I want to learn about everything this app can do. Here's just a few tips on what you can do. You should include everything a potential user would want to know before they commit to installing the app. We find this is especially important if the user has limited data and they're daunted by, especially if you have a pretty big app, and they're like, is it worth literally paying for data to download this app? Give them everything they need. This text is very low bandwidth and cheap. Also avoid really long lists, and it can just be really, really daunting to see just bulleted list with 20 items on it. So use sentences and paragraphs. Describe what the app does and how it benefits the person who's going to be using it. And do include relevant terms and phrases that might help somebody search for your app. So for example, my app called Clairvoyant, I put the word Magic 8-Ball in the description because it's a Magic 8-Ball app. So if somebody's like, I wonder if there's an app that does Magic 8-Ball stuff, they're going to find it, right? Because that's described in the description. But also, don't go overboard with that. Don't just start stuffing keywords of competing apps in there. That will turn bad very quickly. For release notes, don't just write bug fixes and performance improvements. We all have seen that on every operating system ever, and nobody likes it, and it's just a waste of everybody's time. Keep them short. If you find writing release notes daunting, you don't have to write a whole thesis on why this latest point release is the best thing ever. Just describe what changed. If it was just translation updates, just say updated the Greek translations or whatever it was. But you want your users running the latest version, right? You put effort into releasing that. You want them to run the latest version. Tell them why they should be running it. Also importantly, again, if users have limited bandwidth and don't have auto updates turned on, then this can help convince them why it's worth literally spending their money to use that data to update your app. So this is an example of in GNOME software where release notes show. This is, I believe, the expanded version where it shows multiple versions. But it's kind of nice. You can also just scroll back through the history of the app and see how well maintained it is. You can tell I haven't updated my app in 3 months, and I really need to do that. But from the App Store listing, you can see that. You can see that typically I release it, every month or two. And question?
Yeah, a question now.
Sure.
How long version history should we keep? Because that can get quite long after a while.
Yes, I don't think there's a good answer for this. What I have heard is at least the previous major release and then the current series of point releases is an idea. Okay. There's no hard rule though there. Text is pretty cheap to keep around. I'd rather have a lot more information than not enough information, but yeah, maybe that's a way we can improve the guidelines too, is say what makes sense, and then we can actually provide that as a recommendation.
It's something expensive because translators have to translate it.
This is true, yeah, but once it's translated in the past,
yeah, it just raises the bar for translators.
Yeah, this is an ongoing discussion. Yeah, we should probably have better guidance around that. Thanks. Content ratings. So this is what shows, what age level your app is appropriate for, and also just what's in your app, what kind of content is in your app. There's a thing called Open Age Rating Service. It's really awesome. You can go to that link, and it's basically a survey. It's a lot like, now I can't think of their names, like the PEGI ratings or the ESRB in the US. It's kind of that sort of a survey. It is an app developer provided information. So when you answer that survey, do it thoughtfully, do it truthfully. There is a review, if you're submitting to FlatHub or to GNOME Core, obviously we'll ensure that stuff is accurate. And there's kind of this caveat of take easily accessible content into account. So there's a question that says, can the user have unrestricted chat with third parties or something? And it's if your app is a web browser, it's yeah. Can the user access, adult content? Well, if you're a web browser, yeah, they can. The guidance there that we're kind of settling into is if the user has to actively go and seek out certain content, that's a little bit different than if you have a thumbnail that takes them there, because it's them knowing about something and seeking it out versus showing it ahead of time. There's better examples on the FlatHub docs as well. For an example, an RSS reader that doesn't feature any content by default, you have to put your feeds in, then it's can be by default for all ages, whereas like a manga app that has pre-configured servers of different things, like then you have to take into account what those servers are actually offering up. And this is an example of where content rating shows up. So when you see this for early childhood, when you click it, it tells you why we think it's appropriate for early childhood. It doesn't have this content, doesn't have this content, it does these things. So it's really nice if people are interested in doing that. Also, it integrates with parental controls on GNOME, which is cool. And there's this new and shiny thing, which I think I called new and shiny 6 months ago, and it's still not being used as broadly as I would like. So it's new and shiny, because you should use it. There's this thing called brand color you can put in your meta info, and it is information that App Store clients can use to make more interesting branded pages for your app. My recommendation is use your app's color palette. Something that complements the icon. Don't just make it the same color as in your icon, because your icon might show up on top of that color and it would kind of lose it. When in doubt, talk to a designer about, hey, I would like an accent color that jives well with my icon. What would you suggest? And it's not used in GNOME yet, anywhere as far as I'm aware, but it is used in places in the ecosystem. Elementary App Center uses this in their native app store and on their website. So if your app is actually on FlatHub and then an elementary OS user installs it, their app listing in their app store of choice will show up and look better if you use a brand color. It's also could be used in places like in GNOME software. This is a terrible mock-up that I did a long time ago, and there's contrast issues, things that would have to be solved. But you could imagine using a brand color in interesting ways in an app store, right? This is a feature that other app stores have and could be a way to bring more rich content into the app store listing. Again, GNOME Circle, right now it algorithmically chooses an accent color based on the app icon and works pretty well, but sometimes if your app has a brand, especially if you're like a big commercial app that has like brand guidelines and you're like, it has to be this exact hex code, like algorithmically choosing it from an app icon is not going to fly. So we could use that meta info in places like websites. And license. So software licenses, we care about software licenses. They're also like kind of boring, but it's important to get it right. Use the SPDX, which I'm not sure what that stands for, but it's a thing. License identifier in your AppStream info, and then app stores can do things like sort it into this is only the free and open source apps subset of the repository, or it can do things like in GNOME software, it can show as part of determining whether an app is safe, if it has open and auditable code, then that factors into whether we consider it a safe app. This is an advantage we have in open source, is we can say like, the app claims it does this, 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 and this, and also anybody can go and check that, and that's a green tick in favor of that too. And just some more kind of tips that didn't fit well anywhere else. Anytime you're writing text, keep it non-technical and relevant to the users. That opening very bad description was just, nobody wants to read that, right? Don't talk about toolkits and programming languages. That's not what the end users are looking for. They're looking for an app that solves their needs. Also, don't repeat yourself. I see this a lot even in otherwise pretty good app listings. You have your name of your app, you have a short description, and then you have like the short summary and then the long description. Don't put the summary in the description. Like, they show up next to each other. Don't repeat yourself. You also don't need to start every sentence with the name of your app. You have the name of your app at the top of the page in big bold letters. You don't need to say Clairvoyant is a Magic 8-Ball app. Clairvoyant lets you do this. Clairvoyant is just that. Just don't put the name everywhere. It gets really dry when you read it that way. Also, when you include screenshots, we encourage multiple interesting screenshots of the app actually being used. There are some really cool placeholder-like illustrations, and sometimes it's really nice to show those off, but that doesn't show the user what it's going to actually feel like to use that. And most importantly, read the docs. So Tobias actually shared with me last night that there's really good, relatively recent docs on FlatHub for a lot of this stuff. So docs.flathub.org, there's app data guidelines, and there's That's where actually some of the examples come from that I shared of tips of do's and don'ts for including AppStream data. There's also, the first step is providing these guidelines. I think in the future there will be more of a review process of promoting apps that follow these guidelines. So if you want to get in places like the featured section on the front page of FlatHub, like follow these guidelines, because we want to put our best foot forward, right? We want to share the apps that are doing a really good job at marketing themselves and showing themselves off. So that will come into play later. There's also a meta info creator at freedesktop.org at that URL. It's kind of clunky, but it's actually pretty cool. You can go through and put in a bunch of information in like a web form, and it will spit the HTML or the XML out for you. So you don't have to handcraft XML, at least to start. And then it's pretty easy to say, oh, when I want to update the description, you can see where it's supposed to go. So I recommend that. It's easier to get started that way. And that has been my talk, how to make a delightful app listing. So do we have time? Okay, 5 minutes for questions? Okay. Any questions that maybe I can answer? Alan?
Yeah, one of the things I see the most, and I think some people find the hardest, is looking at the app from the user's perspective. Which, you know, when you're working on the app all the time, it can be very tricky to shift perspective. So I was wondering if you have any advice on that.
It's hard because that's like a really broad design question, right? It's like, how do you do user-centered design?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the example would be if you were looking for an app on your phone or in an app store and you're like, I have this problem, think of it more about the problems that are being solved rather than yeah, I prefer GTK4 apps, but like if a different kind of app solves my problem, I'm going to download that app, right? So describe how it solves problems, I think, is a good way. I guess that's just how generally I try to think about design of like user-centered design. Is like, don't think of it of what features it has necessarily, think about what problems it solves. One tip maybe. Yeah?
Maybe 2 questions.
Sure.
So first, you had a very brief link there with something about a featured app on FlatHub. How do you get to be a featured app on FlatHub? Is it just automatically if you have all the things, or is it?
I'm not sure how it actually works today, but I know there's like ongoing work to make it better. So that's kind of, I don't think the meta info directly is involved in that today. I think today it's a pretty manual, like curated process from people who maintain FlatHub. But in the future, like it's not very scalable to be like, what apps today do I like today? And just like, I'm choosing what goes on the FlatHub homepage. So automating things, by following these guidelines, we can start to do some automation around those guidelines too.
And one might want to repeat the question.
Oh yeah, repeat the question. So the question was, I mentioned something about featured apps on FlatHub. How is that list of featured apps on FlatHub determined today?
And then my second question is, you showed a couple times the GNOME Circle site. It's cool. You said don't say made with GNOME technologies. Tell what you're doing. That's a cool tool. We made a great selection of apps within GNOME, and we're building a good ecosystem and got some momentum going there.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like there's sort of a lost marketing opportunity to sort of have some sort of marker of quality to say this is a GNOME Circle app in the App Store, in GNOME software, and sort of indicate that this comes from there, and it's not just a random app that does something. I feel like we really buried the GNOME connection in a lot of our apps and in the App Store, and I know it's semi-intentional, but it feels like actually having a tag say this is part of a GNOME collection or something like that.
Yeah.
Because if you go to Apple Store, you see it's the Google app, right? And
Right.
that called authenticator that's Google driven, you're going to take much more seriously than stuff like by that company.
Yeah.
And
So
that's really missing.
the if I can try to briefly summarize that,
Yeah.
there's this idea of GNOME Circle apps that are following guidelines, and there's a submission process to get into that, and it's kind of a high bar that you're following design guidelines and that you're using GNOME technologies. But that information kind of gets lost when it's displayed in other places like FlatHub or even in GNOME software itself. So how could we maybe not bury that? There is a system of thing called kudos, depending on how you pronounce it, that I think possibly is used or could be used for that. There's also a thing called like a project group tag that can be used to identify that your app is part of a certain group of apps without saying it's developed by Gnome. Because that's the other risk, right? If you say, oh, this is a Gnome app, it's not an app developed by Gnome, it's an app developed for Gnome. And so there's a little bit of, we have to be a little bit careful there. But yeah, that is an interesting point. Thanks for sharing. I think we are probably out of time. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Thank you, everybody. We can also chat in the hall.
Features section.
Yeah, I think a couple more minutes now. We take a photo. All right, so we go. Let's go. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming. This talks about the end-to-end testing with OpenQA. And I've already talked a bit about OpenQA, so this is going to be more of a hands-on talk than previously. But first, I'm going to talk a bit about a history lesson. So, back in the year 2011, I started working for CodeThink. And these were the distant days of the past where Migo existed and included the Tracker search engine. And I was working briefly on a customer project on a device which included Migo and used Tracker for file system indexing. So the customer came to us with a bug and they said, when someone connects a USB, this was in the bad old days, right? The bad old days of like Tracker 0.10. And the customer came to us and said, if we connect a USB stick to the device, sometimes it goes to 100% CPU forever. So this is a bad problem and we tried to fix it. And I started learning about how the Tracker miner works, which is a big asynchronous state machine basically. Mapped out all the states and spent several days frying my head. And eventually thought, right, yes, here's a case where it goes into the wrong state and it can go into an infinite loop. So the fix was simple and I submitted the fix upstream and it was accepted. I thought, okay, now let's add a regression test because it's very important this doesn't happen again. And then I thought a bit more, right? So we have a USB stick, which goes to the kernel on a device, which goes to like the G, to UDisks, to UDev, to the G volume monitor, to into glib. So we can't have the unit test requiring an actual USB stick, or even depending on a specific kernel. How do we write an integration test for that? In 2011, we didn't actually have automated testing at all. I think that's correct to say. We had unit tests, right? We ran them manually, but there was no automated testing at all. So I quickly realized my dream of adding a regression test was impossible, and I gave up. But meanwhile, people were thinking of this problem. So in the last 12 years since then, we created GNOME Continuous as a community. That was really ahead of its time and actually did end-to-end testing using this completely custom software, which eventually bit-rotted as custom software does, but it was way ahead of its time and could already do stuff that OpenQA is doing now. We created GNOME OS. How many people here contributed to GNOME OS? Hands up. 1, 2. Nice, nice. Applause. So GNOME OS is a huge achievement. We now have an operating system image with the latest version of every GNOME component. And the user space comes from the Free Desktop SDK, which we can also control and override every version of components, so we don't have to worry about downstream distro patches when we're testing or anything like that. We can say exactly this kernel is running. So it's a very useful tool. SUSE, meanwhile, we're also thinking about this problem and started the OpenQA project. And that has now been adopted by a bunch of different projects. Fedora's using it, Debian are using it, Endless, we're using it, and hopefully we'll use it again. And GNOME, we're now using it. And a couple of years ago in CodeThink, we started using it as well for doing exactly the kind of integration test that I wanted to do in 2011. Things like, when I connect a USB device to this piece of hardware, what happens, you know? And we even created a USB switcher that you can connect USB devices to a rig and then control them, which is open hardware. We can share details if you're interested in such a thing. So as part of that work, we thought, well, can we set up OpenQA for GNOME? I didn't start the project, but I've been looking at it for the last sort of 7 months. And to cut a long story short, here we are. If you have a laptop or a mobile phone, then open the link, scan the QR code, and let's have a tour of the GNOME OpenQA instance. take a drink while everyone opens it. Okay, so I'm going to be jumping backwards and forwards from the presentation to the browser. And this is slightly tricky, so here we go. So this is what you get when you open the main page. If you have a GNOME LDAP account, then you can log in using LDAP, but you don't need to. Actually, the single most difficult thing in this whole project was getting the web UI to talk to the GNOME Keycloak instance and getting LDAP login to work. So thanks to the infra team for helping with that. So the main page doesn't tell you much. What you need to do is go to all tests. You can see what jobs are running, no jobs are running, what jobs are going to run, again nothing, and all of the jobs that have run in the past. So every job since we set up the instance is listed here in reverse chronological order. Ignore this, it says master, but actually all of them say master, so that doesn't correspond to the version being tested. I'll go through later how you can know exactly what's being tested. But there are 2 test suites that we run. One of them is called GNOME Install. And if you open that, it gives you the summary of what happened during the test run. So OpenQA, basically what it does is it creates a virtual machine, or it can provision hardware, but we're using virtual machines for now. So it creates a virtual machine, and then it does whatever you tell it. So in this test, we told it, take this ISO, which is the GNOME OS installer, boot into it, click through the installer, go through the initial setup, run these commands on the serial console, check the desktop appears, and then shut it down again. And if all that works correctly, the test passes, which it does. Along the way, it creates screenshots, so to check that it's in the correct state, one of the easy ways to do it is take a screenshot and check that that screenshot has appeared. Again, more on that later. And then it records a bunch of what happened during the test, so what came out of the serial console, and a video. So let's watch the video for entertainment purposes. Worth noting that it's cut out the boring bits, so this is not real time, but here we go, we boot the machine, we run the installer, all is completely automated. Reboot the machine, go through the initial setup, create a user, turn it off again very quickly, it's a pass. The future is here, right? Let's take a quick look at the GNOME apps test as well. So this is the other test that I've added. And the idea is to test that every core app opens. It doesn't go into any more detail on that. One of the things I'd like to come out of this talk is work with core app maintainers and module maintainers in general to add some more useful tests, some more detailed tests. I'm not going to do it myself because I don't know what is the most important thing to test. So for each core app we check, does it open? Yes it does, it's a pass. Or in the case of some of them, does it open? No it doesn't because it isn't a core app anymore. So the test is a fail. No one told me that cheese isn't a core app actually, so we need to remove it from the tests. That's easy to do. Maybe we can do it after. So going back to the key points. Well, any questions on this while we're here? I'm going to go more into detail into everything, but yeah.
We're going to remove EOG as a core app too.
EOG is a core app or isn't?
It's going to get removed.
Okay, excellent. So one of the things we need to define is a process for communicating these changes to the tests. It's easy to update them, and it's important that we do. Also, we need to add snapshot and loop, I think.
Yeah, I think the loop is very replacement for EOG.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Before GUADEC ends, we shall have added both of those, I think, assuming they're in GNOME OS. So, to recap the key points, OpenQA, in our case, is creating a new virtual machine. It installs GNOME OS, or in the app's case, it uses the disk image to avoid waiting for the installer. We're testing the latest commit of every module, and it's been working since September last year, so almost a year worth of running these tests already. This pyramid comes from an Agile book by Mike Cohn, but it is useful despite coming from Agile. The basic idea is that you have these different layers of testing, right? At the bottom of your pyramid, you have unit tests, you have loads of them, and then higher up you have a smaller number of integration tests, and then you have a much smaller number of end-to-end tests. Where does OpenQA go on the pyramid? At the top, at the very top, correct. So OpenQA is about as end-to-end as you can get. And the good thing of that is that it can cover every component, right? So if you click a button, that's going right through the input stack into the kernel, back through userland into whatever process is input, and every single layer of this is tested. There's no mocks anywhere apart from the virtualized hardware. That's the good thing. So one test can get you an enormous amount of test coverage for, almost for free. The two downsides are, firstly, cycle time. So actually developing the tests is quite quick. You can rerun the tests, it takes about 2 minutes. So your cycle time working on the test is about 2 minutes. But if you want to update the GNOME OS image, let's say you found a bug and you want to fix the bug, now you have to wait 2 hours for the ISO to rebuild. So your cycle time in that case is slow. And you don't want to be doing test-driven development using the OpenQA tests, right? That's what unit tests are for, where you can rebuild your app in a second. So that's one compromise. And the other trade-off is, what is the other trade-off? I would have written this down in big letters. The other trade-off is diagnostics, right? So if the unit tests fail, you know exactly what component is bad, because that's the other thing you're testing. Whereas if we run a core app and it doesn't start, there could be any cause for that, right? Maybe the app is broken, maybe glib is broken, maybe the kernel is broken, maybe the shell has broken. We don't yet know until we do some extra diagnostic work. So that's the trade-off. Particularly I want to mention Appium, because Appium is a really useful testing tool which uses the accessibility APIs for exercising apps. I would say that's an integration test, right? Because you're testing the accessibility bus, which is very important, but you're not testing everything. You're not testing like widget rendering. So it's a level below, and in the ideal world, every app will have both. So I said this would be a hands-on talk, right? And what I'm going to do for the rest of it is talk through some use cases of things you might want to do. Who might want to see the latest GNOME? Cool. Everyone, right? It's cool to see what changes are coming. Particularly for the documentation team, it can be useful to get screenshots of the latest version of an app without having to build it. And for everyone, really. For journalists, maybe, to see what new terrible changes are coming. And so a presentation is not documentation, so I haven't copied the documentation here, I just linked to it. The documentation for OpenQA testing lives in the GNOME build meta wiki. It could be improved. Hopefully it will be. We'll make a book. But for now, there is documentation, at least, which is a step. So checking test results. The important thing is, don't go straight to OpenQA. Because in our case, the tests are driven by GitLab CI. So if you want to see the latest tests for master, what you should do is go to GNOME build meta, open the pipelines view, and filter by branch name equals master. And now you're seeing each latest commit of the master branch. This again is reverse chronological order. So this is the last commit of master that we tested. This is the pipeline ID, which we'll come back to that later. The pipeline ID is important. There's a picture of Javier. And the CI job which runs the OpenQA test is this one. It's called test S3 image. So we build the GNOME OS image here. We put it to Amazon S3, so that's why it's called S3. And then we download it again here, and we test it. Is it actually Amazon, or do we have our own S3?
Yeah,
It's actually Amazon. And this is the job log, and in the job log it posts links to the OpenQA test reports. So we now know this is the latest committed master, this is the test that ran, we open those in OpenQA, and these are the test results. So now we know we're looking at exactly the latest commits. You can also go in the other direction. So if you do find yourself on OpenQA and you think, what the hell was actually tested? You open this file, which is called vars.json. This is the test configuration. and we inject a configuration variable that links back to the CI job. So you can go in both directions. And this takes you back to the job, and then you can go to the pipeline, and again, you can see exactly what commit was tested. So it's, I don't know what's happened here, I don't want to download that. So it's slightly inconvenient that we have two different bits of infra, but they're both linked together. And that is all you need to know for seeing the test results. Any questions on this part? You're welcome to interrupt at any point. Yeah, Bart?
How do you tell from that CI output that something has failed? Because it has exited with one exit code, but it's not clear from the output itself what has actually failed.
Yeah, good question. So the question is, how do we tell from the CI job what failed? The job will fail if any of the tests fail. So here, it's putting this one failed and this one passed. There is a better tool as well, actually. In fact, let me jump ahead a little bit and show you the pipeline report tool. I'm spoiling a lot of my slides here, but it's worth it to keep the flow. So it is slightly annoying jumping between the two different UIs. So I wrote a small Python script which uses the GitLab API and the OpenQA API to query the status of a pipeline and generate a text report that you can then paste into bug reports. So it's probably a little bit small, but I shall read it. So here it says what commit of the project was tested, says the GitLab CI job failed or passed, and here which OpenQA tests failed or passed. So you can, if you prefer the command line, which most of us do, you can get the data more easily. You can also pass in the name of a build stream element, and it will query the version of that element from that commit of GNOME build meta. So the next thing you want to know usually is what actual commit was tested. So say Yelp, the test failed. Again, it's even obscured by the YouTube bars, but you can see the exact commit of Yelp that was in the build. So when you want to open bug reports against components, that's the important information. Okay. So just to recap a bit before we go on to the next use case of what the different components are. OpenQA refers to the project, but it also kind of refers to the web front end. And the web front end is actually optional. So the engine that runs the test is called ISO to video. Like it takes an ISO and it makes a video. That's the test runner. And that's developed independently. And you can run this on your laptop. So you don't always have to use the cloud to run the tests. When you're developing tests, you can run them on your laptop and get a faster cycle time and connect to the VM with VNC and actually interactively debug. GNOME build meta. Who doesn't know what GNOME build meta is? Good. Okay, so GNOME build meta is the integration repo where we define what is Gnome. We say exactly what commits are considered to be the latest Gnome. And when we make a release like Gnome 43 or 45, we branch that repo, and that defines exactly what components are GNOME 43.1 and 43.2. So it's used by the release team, and it also builds every commit and checks that things build. So it functions like an integration test as well. And we rely on volunteers to keep it updated. So if your app or your component adds a dependency on a library, please update, send a pull request against GNOME build meta, because otherwise it breaks and someone else has to fix it. So GNOME build meta is the project which builds the GNOME OS images and runs the OpenQA tests. The tests themselves live in a separate repo, which is called OpenQA tests creatively. That defines the code of the tests. Those are written in Perl using an API provided by OpenQA. It's not scary though. I'll go in later to have the tests, how you can write tests. And then finally you have needles. So those again are in a separate repo. What are needles? Well, those are the screenshots that we use to verify things are okay. So let's now talk a bit more about what are needles. Needle is a term specific to OpenQA. Basically, a needle consists of a screenshot, such as this outdated screenshot of the disk usage analyzer, and some metadata. So that's stored in a JSON file which goes alongside the screenshot. And the metadata, this is a kind of minimal example, but it will always define one or more match areas. These are pixel coordinates and say which part of the screenshot is actually important. So in this screenshot, if we're testing Baobab, we don't care if the desktop background changes, for example. So we define the match area just to be the window and nothing else. Everything else will be ignored. Also, the match area can move around. So if the window appears in a slightly different position, it will do an image search and it will match the region wherever it actually appears. So you don't have to worry about the pixel coordinates being the same. You just worry about the size and shape of the region being the same. Then you have a match percentage. So you can say it should be 100% the same. Even that doesn't actually mean pixel perfect. It matches using OpenCV, so it does like a similarity metric. The default is 96%, which is still fairly strict. You can go down to about 90%, and it will still be relatively strict, but allow, the text can change slightly. The docs say don't go below 90%. I haven't tried, I don't know what happens. I'm too scared. But I think it relates, the smaller your image, I think the lower you can go, because it relates to the whole image. So that's what a needle is. The other important thing is the tag. So the file name doesn't actually matter. We include the tag in the file name by convention, but the tag is the important thing. And you can have multiple needles with the same tag. So when you update a needle, you add a new version, but you don't necessarily remove the old version. And the test will then accept both versions of the app. So in a way, the past never goes away unless you explicitly delete it. Important to know. So the docs say how to update a needle. I'm going to show you in practice how you do it. In this case, I definitely need to be in my logged in window because OpenQA has a kind of admin privilege and you can't modify needles unless you're an admin. This is useless for us because anyone who can push to the OpenQA needles repo can modify the needles. So I will give admin privileges to anyone who asks. All you need to do is log in, ask, and I will make you an admin. There's no security risk because you can already mess up the Git repo if you have an LDAP account. So let's look at that Baobab needle in practice. Here it is. And on the left, we have the needle, and on the right, we have what actually happened. And you can drag between them and compare. So here, you can see the progress bar changed slightly in pixels, but it was 100% match against this version of the needle. And then we've got some older versions. So in this older version, you can see, no, that's the screenshot. This is an older version of the needle where the header bar looks slightly different and the disk size was different. So that's a 92% match. And this is a really old blast from the past when the header bars were still grey. And so this is an 88% match. And you can see some details about the OS changed as well. So the philosophy of OpenQA is needles do need to be updated. Things change in an OS, especially in GNOME. We change colors, we change designs. The needles will need to be updated, and the goal is to make that as painless as possible. So I'm going to try and actually live do one. Is there any GNOME weather maintainer here? Or does anyone know about weather? So we can see that whether the test is failing because it's considered a 0% match. And what's happened is the default size of the window has changed completely, right? This is how it should look, and this is how it does look. So what we want to do, this is a pin, not a needle, but I guess it's the best icon they could find. You click the pin and the plus, and it opens the needle editor. And here we can update the needle. So it gives us a default name, which is, let me make the text a bit bigger. It gives you a default name, which is the tag plus the date. We need to select the previous needle, and then it copies the tag, and, how do I go down? It copies the match areas. So, I need to make it smaller again. This green rectangle is the match area from the old needle, and what I'm going to do is drag it and make it match the new window size. I presume this is a feature and not a bug, by the way. In reality, you check first with the maintainer to check that they did deliberately change the window size, but we're going to assume that this is correct. So now it should match the new match area. Just to demo, you can also drag new regions and create new matches. If you double click on a region, it goes red. That means it's now an exclude area. So let's say, maybe if we were matching the whole screen, we want to exclude the clock, right? Because the time will change. So you put an exclude region over the clock, and then that's completely discarded from the match. There's also OCR matches, which I don't know how they work. So, this editor isn't perfect. Like, if you need to be pixel perfect, you get to edit the JSON file instead and push to the Git repo. But it's pretty convenient. So you add a commit message, window is bigger now.
I think you can also actually edit the JSON directly. If you click on review JSON, you can. I forget. There's a way you can twiddle it from here before you actually.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so you can review the JSON and apparently edit it. Excellent.
I believe. Yeah.
Okay, so now I go save. All going well. This commits to the OpenQA Needles Git repo. This might take a few seconds. Usually it doesn't. Ah, there we go. So this has now created a new commit in the OpenQA Needles repo. The restart job thing doesn't work because we're using GitLab for job control. So if someone is logged into GitLab, please restart the test S3 image and we can see a new test, but I'm not going to do it in the talk. Trust me that there's a new commit now in the OpenQA Needles repo. Actually, maybe I can show you. So if we go to the Needles repo, okay, there's my commit, it's appeared. And here's what the Needles repo actually looks like. It's a bunch of PNGs and JSON files. So screenshot testing, it's not perfect. There will always be churn in the screenshots as long as GNOME is alive. And the 4 tools we have against that is searching within the screen for the match areas, setting the match threshold so that it doesn't have to be pixel perfect, adding exclude zones for things which we know will change, such as the time, and using the web UI so that it's a point-and-click matter of updating a needle. There's not currently a way to, say, update every needle because we know that font rendering has changed, for example. It is possible, though. I have an idea how to do that, and given some time, I think we can make it happen. So soon it will be possible to say, okay, let's update all the needles. Okay, doing all right for time. A question I often get is how many false positives do you get? This graph doesn't actually answer this, but it does tell you how often the needles change. So I mapped Git commits in the Needles repo to time. Obviously we added them here, so they changed a lot. And then there's not too much churn. Here's when add waiter header bars changed. We updated almost all the apps. And then here again is the font rendering changes. So every so often they all change. Like I say, that's fine. There's no way to avoid this. It's part of QA testing. And there's a balance, right, between having a good amount of tests, but not having too many, so that, if we have 10,000 tests, we're going to go crazy when font rendering changes. We don't want that. We want maybe, dozens, maybe 100 tests. Any more questions? On needles in particular? All right. So, yeah?
So how difficult is it to run these locally?
Okay, let's get to that now, actually. Good questions. The question was, how difficult is it to run these locally? In terms of diagnosing regressions, I already showed you this, actually. So, I showed you the pipeline report tool. And what I didn't show you, actually, is how you can get the serial console output. So, I will get to your question, but it's coming up in a second. Let's say we want to say, why did this GNOME apps test fail? We can go to logs and assets, and we open the serial log, and the journal is written to the serial port. So there's some useful stuff here in the journal, right? Let me make it bigger. I don't know what all of this means, but looking through it, I can see that there's a bug in Rigel that we should probably report. And let's see if we can find a backtrace somewhere. Okay, so here's a backtrace. There's no debug symbols. There should be. In general, there are debug symbols. Here it hasn't demangled the C++ stack traces. But if you see a breakage, you can look in the serial log, right, and make a guess at what went wrong. Maybe it's obvious. I'll come back to that one, because I want to ask the question of running tests locally. So you can run the ISO to video test runner. You can install it on your machine if you use, I think, SUSE or Debian, both have it packaged. If not, you can download a container called OpenQA Worker. That contains all of its dependencies, and you can run it inside Podman. Initially I did this, so I would run it in Podman initially, and then I got bored of creating these really long Podman command lines. So I wrote a new tool, narcissistically named after myself, which is called SAM OpenQA. Actually, I named it that because I didn't want it to appear official, right? It's not official, and I'm coding it mostly for fun, so at the moment it is what it is. But what this tool can do is it wraps Podman and it speaks to the test runner in the container. So it pretends to be the web UI, and it talks over the WebSocket that they would talk over in a cloud test, and it can pause and resume the tests. And you can tell it to pause on failure as well, which is really useful. So here's a demo video. Again, the text will be too small. In fact, it's not even HD, so this is slightly too hard to read, I think. Let's see if we can make it HD at least. There we go. So the tool is written in Rust because it's the most fun language to write tools in. You can pass it a path to your media, so the ISO or the hard disk. You need to download that yourself, and it's like 4 or 5 gigabytes. You need to clone the OpenQA tests repo from GitLab, and you need to clone the needles inside it as well. And that's about it. So let's look at me running some tests. Okay, so I've enabled debug logging so you can see what happens. I've passed in a disk. The test media has the GitLab pipeline name in the file name. This is important to know. So whichever GitLab pipeline builds a disk image, you can download that disk image if you know the file name. The path to the tests is the current directory. I'm telling it to run the GNOME Apps test suite, and I'm telling it to pause on failure. So let's see what happens. I recorded this last night when I realized that it was not going to be easy to use my own laptop. My dream was to do a live demo, but probably the video is better. But I was obviously sleepy while I recorded it. Okay, so here you can see the commands it's running. So it's running a podman command internally. The container is this OpenQA containers, OpenQA worker. Okay, now we're getting messages from the test runner. It takes some time to spin up because the virtual machine is booting. And at some point, okay, so now it's running the tests. What I've done here is I press Control-C and I've opened a VNC connection to the machine and the test. So now we can actually see live what's happening in the VM. And if you like to live dangerously, you can even start messing around with it. Probably the tests will fail. But that's useful if the test already did fail and you want to discover why. So this is now running in QEMU on my local laptop. I paused the video, that's why it stopped. So it doesn't usually pause here. So it's going through the initial setup, it creates a user account. This is slower than the video I showed you before because this now is real time. And there we go, there's the shell. Be prepared for some VNC artifacts. I don't know why that happens, but the rendering inside local VNC isn't perfect. But here we go. So we press Alt F2, we type Baobab. The disk usage analyzer appears, the test passes. What happens next? We type cheese, command not found. And what should happen now is the test runner sends a message to the helper tool saying, yeah, so the timeout happened, the test failed, and now we have an interactive prompt of like, what would you like to do? Okay, and that I think is the end of the test because at that point, everything broke. But so yeah, this is how you can run the test locally. Oh, that's how I'm doing it. And it's a really useful tool for developing tests. Okay, time-wise, we don't have too much time. I think I'm not actually going to be able to write a test in the talk as I'd hoped to. But I'll talk a little bit about how to add tests, right? So the test API is pretty self-explanatory. It's all documented. And when you're writing tests, you're going to do basically two things. You're going to first do an action, and then check that the right thing happened. So, and the action might be sending a key or typing a string. Is that a question? Yeah.
Yeah, so we check an action with a screenshot. Is there any way that it works without a screenshot, or a screenshot's pretty much all the...
Yeah, good question. So the question is, can we only test screenshots, or can we do other stuff? So you can run scripts over the serial console. So that lets you basically do anything. It can be a little laborious poking through the serial console, but obviously now you have root on the machine, so you can run any kind of test you want. Useful testing tools besides screenshots, you can upload what they call assets, basically arbitrary files from the machine. You can upload those as part of the test. So then you can run some post-processing and say, okay, did it create this file that I expected? You can even make assertions about sound recordings. And you can make network requests as well. So there's a bunch of stuff you can do if you don't mind coding a bit. In terms of causing actions, yeah, you can click, you can type, you can move the mouse, you can turn off the power, you can switch the network. One very common one, let me open the documentation to show you what the docs look like. So assert and click, this is the AppStream docs. So it waits for a needle, and then you can define a click point in the needle. So we can do an image match for a button, and then click the button. So that's great for simulating user input. And let's look at a real example. This is the test for Nautilus. And this is the entire test. So we import some Perl modules. This one is custom, and the rest is kind of, this one is custom as well. Start app, which is the thing that presses Alt F2 and types Nautilus. Assert screen checks that this screenshot appears, and the timeout is 10 seconds. And then we press Alt F4 to close the app. And if the test fails, we set fatal to 0 so that the test suite continues. And that's the test, right? There's nothing more to it. You can cargo code this without having to really learn Perl or care too much about the internal workings. Let me get through the rest of the slides, and then I think we'll have a little bit of time for questions, a minute or two. How much effort is it to maintain? This is another really useful graph. I've been measuring since September how many hours per week I spend on this. Sometimes I get an hour or two of work time to spend on this. And occasionally, so early in the project we had a couple of spikes of like setting up specific bits of infrastructure, fixing the LDAP provider, that was 4 hours. But the maximum really is 4 hours in a week. And the average, this line shows that it's trending down. Hopefully it'll eventually be a few minutes a week. So the cost of this is not high, right? There's not too much infra to maintain. And the tests themselves, they require a bit of maintenance, but it's hours, right? If we crowdsource that, that's nothing. What's coming next? More tests. There's lots of ideas for things we can test. Everything's gone yellow. That wasn't the plan. But it looks pretty though. So test for shell functionality, test for at least one other locale, accessibility features such as like the high contrast theme and large text, and even APIs and screen readers. My personal fantasy is to have a test with some example content that can test the search engine. I think that'll make us very happy. And we'll also be able to test content apps a bit better. GNOME on mobile as well. We don't test that the mobile form factor widgets work, or we don't do end-to-end testing of that, and we easily could. So that's one thing. That relies on you, the community. I'm not going to add too many more tests myself, but I will help anyone who wants to create tests for their component or things they're interested in. Another possibility is pre-merge testing for changes to GNOME build meta. That's actually mainly technical and infra issues blocking that. I won't go into why, but at some point we're going to need more runners that have KVM support so that we can run more instances of the tests. And we're going to need to build more OS images as well if we do pre-merge testing. So it's really an infrastructure and resourcing issue. Real hardware, that's very important. And hopefully it's coming. I can't tell you too much more, but if you're interested in real hardware, maybe there's an opportunity to open some hardware labs around the world and test on real laptops as well. And of course then, we can actually have useful performance numbers, so we can do profiling as well. Projects owning their own OpenQA tests, again, that's a resourcing issue really. And in general, what we want is a culture of using this stuff, right? So if nobody uses it, then it's useless. We want it to be useful for everyone that's developing GNOME components, and hopefully this talk has shown you how you can get involved. So we've got about 30 seconds for questions, I think, but does anyone have a last question? Yeah?
So one thing that you mentioned here is image testing.
Yeah.
It sounds again that it's specific for GNOME build method, but I think developers typically would want it on their own repo. Like for example, if you would make a pull request for Looper, if you would make a pull request for any of its co-ops, you want to see if it breaks something, right?
Yeah, that's a very good point. So the question is that developers will often want this in their own repo, right, rather than it being in a separate repo. The two issues blocking that. One is you get the upstream GNOME OS image, which is expensive to build. So we don't want every component rebuilding OS images. What we need is a way to layer your latest build of the app on top of the OS image. That's possible with systemd sysex. It's just a case of writing the glue code to make it happen. And the second thing we need is more GitLab runners that support KVM. So you have to be able to do virtualization inside Docker for this to run on the GitLab runners. We only have one set of runners currently that can do that. I don't know how difficult it is to have more. Maybe Bart knows.
Yeah, this is not true. All runners are KVM enabled, but they just don't have KVM tag on. So if you remove the KVM tag from the GitLab pipeline, it will start running all over the place.
Okay, so Bart says we actually can have KVM everywhere now. We only have one blocker left making this a reality. Excellent news. Is there time for one more?
Yeah.
All right, go on, Kevin.
No, you mentioned that on Sunday we have a both about Gnome OS, and that will get talking.
Yes, come to the GNOME OS buff on Sunday. If you're still here on Sunday, we'll be talking about integration testing, amongst other things. So thanks for coming, thanks for listening.
Jump in a second.
Yeah.
I have an announcement for who is following remotely. You have in your attendees email 2 links for Matrix chats, Matrix rooms for live questions for track 1 and track 2. Feel free to join, and we read the questions live and ask at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Other questions? No, we don't have time for them.
No, right now.
But for the
not yet,
future.
but yeah. Thank you.
All right. That's not my laptop, is it? It's my laptop.
Bye. Bye. Okay. I can just do the forward button.
This is. Yeah, it's
Okay.
and that's good.
How do I go up and down up here?
I suppose page up, page down. I think it's complicated. There's something goes
You
wrong.
say that, but.
Yeah. I can help you if something goes wrong.
Oh, perfect, thank you. Nothing's gonna go wrong. Well, the doors are closed, so I guess this means it's the official start. My name is Melissa Wu. I am a member of the Gnome Foundation. And everybody is welcome. A member of the foundation team is here, so I am going to sort of focus on the subset of you guys that are not members of the team. But here I am talking about Beyond the Code, another side of GNOME. As developers and contributors, I assume that you guys are very familiar with the contributing code, issue resolutions, translations, and those kinds of things. But I want to share other types of contributions. Infrastructure support and design, creating collaborative environments, project management, and creating opportunities to connect. These are a lot of the areas, some of the areas that the Gnome Foundation does. I'm going to highlight some of that. Then I'll talk about the future and what we want to do. And lastly, I'm going to definitely emphasize how all of you guys can help. Just to give you some context, we are all, this slide doesn't demonstrate this, but we are all members of the same community, the GNOME community. Outside of that, you have your advisory board, which works very closely with the foundation board. We receive our sort of marching orders from the executive director and the foundation board. Many of the decisions that we make as a group correspond to the GNOME Foundation mission. And I put it up here just so you guys could have an idea of what we're working towards. I'll read it just to kind of give you an idea, but the Gnome Foundation is a nonprofit organization that believes in a world where everyone is empowered by technology they can trust. We do this by building a diverse and sustainable free software personal computing ecosystem. And so when we look to make decisions about what the future is like, we always go back to the mission to make sure that our actions match what we strive to achieve. As part of that, we have a very robust, nimble staff. First, we have Rosanna Yuan, who is the Director of Operations. She's in charge of operations and administration, and I like to say everything else. This image here of a jar with, rocks and sand and stuff, rocks and other things in it, I like to say that she has her projects and her responsibilities, but she's also the sand and the glue that holds the entire organization together. Okay? Without her filling in every single spot, all fall apart. Some of this includes, she's the organization historian. She does the accounting, legal and compliance. She's a member of the code of conduct and travel committees. She helps keep the staff and the board organized, and she acts as the liaison between the staff, the board, and the community. And like I said, she does everything else. The slide would go on forever. But I want to give you an idea of some of the things that we cover within the foundation. Okay, next up. While Rosanna covers the operations and administration side, we have Bart, who is in charge of the infrastructure. And I say that together with Rosanna, the two of them are sort of in charge of the bones that keep the foundation together and everything running. He's our DevOps engineer, and I put this image up because it's zeros and ones, very busy, very confusing to me, but very clear to him, which is exactly what we need. And so he monitors and maintains the continuous integration systems, which include, and I showed him this list, he said, oh, this list is so short. I do so much more. I said, well, we're just highlighting. So please don't think that this is all, because there's so much more. But most importantly, he creates and supports the community tools for which everything that is being contributed rests on. If it breaks, he's our go-to fixer. He's my go-to fixer. Next, we have Christy Froge, who I hope you guys have all already met. She's the program manager. And while Rosanna and Bart are the bones, Christy is the muscles that tie it all together, right? If you look at this image, it's a cowboy wrestling cats. And I say that she spends much of her time herding cats, getting all the volunteers together, helping us organize our events, making sure all of you, all of us, are in the right place at the right time. So, short list of some of the events that she's in charge of, but we have the FOSDEM, we have LOS, we have all the GUADECs, we have Gnome Asia. She is responsible for volunteer organization and management. She's the engagement team leader. She's the intern coordinator, and she's our DEI liaison. So any of these initiatives, volunteer initiatives, DEI initiatives, they all have Christy's stamp on it. Now that we have our bones and our muscle, we gotta look pretty. And Caroline is our marketing and brand manager. She makes everything look good. Graphic design assets, website management, this is how we're communicating information out to everybody. Public relations, social media, newsletters, blog posts, surveys, how do we know how we're doing? Surveys, and all the event assets. If it looks pretty, if it looks like anything, well, always pretty, Caroline had her fingers in that.
Whoa.
And last but not least, me. I get everything else. Special projects, fundraising, and more. My focus tends to be on sponsorships and grants, fundraising. I work with Christy and Caroline supporting them. And I'm also sort of the resident travel coordinator based on some of my experiences outside of Gnome. So what does the future hold for us? Well, first and foremost, more grants and fundraising. We need to raise more money. And so our focus is going to be a lot on that. We want to expand outreach. We want to generate more sponsorships. We want to do everything that we can to incorporate those within the community as well as those without. We want to formalize our volunteer management a little more, bring more volunteers into the fold, organize them a little bit better, get more people involved. We also want to, as part of that, look at our new contributor experiences. As a new contributor, what's your experience like? How do we keep you within the fold? And how do we have you stay within the community long term? Right? These are all things that we want to think about as we bring new people into the organization. So onboarding, retention, all very important. Another sort of pet project of mine is the Friends of Gnome group. This is something that I think we can really play with and shift and change and utilize to help us with onboarding and volunteers and fundraising. And so there's going to be some changes to that program coming up as well. We do all this keeping in mind that we always want to have diversity within everything that we do. We're looking at some different inclusive programs. We want to develop stronger local support, and then also, like I said, volunteer recruitment and retention. So what does that look like? Well, obviously the future involves you. There's nothing that we do that we don't ask for more, always asking. So what can you do? Well, you can shout to everybody and anybody about GNOME. My goal is to have you guys act as our mouthpieces. Everywhere you go, be proud, brag about GNOME. And not just as a participant, although participating is step one, but as an active, engaged individual. And I want to give you an example. We had a couple people come up to me and they said, hey Melissa, I flew in from this country, wherever it wasn't a local, and I said, I came in a day early. I went over to the university, the technical university, and I told them about GNOME. I asked students to come. Didn't ask them to do that, but they were so proud to be a part of GUADEC, so proud to be at GNOME that they wanted more people to come. They wanted to invite students to do that. This is not only a person that's participating, this is a person that's engaged, and this is a person that wants to help the community even more. This is fantastic. His colleague, oh, this is so great. We noticed there's no Facebook page. I said, well, we have this, we have that. And they said, I'm going to create a Facebook page. I want the entire community outside of just the local area to know about GUADEC, to know that more is going on. Amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're here, you're engaged, you're bringing in more people in different ways. Lovely. I want you to tell your coworkers. I want you to tell your friends. I want you to tell your family. I want to encourage you guys to encourage others to contribute, whether it's on the code side, whether it's on the event side, whether it's a volunteer. This means representation at events, at conferences, at meetings, even at work. When you say, hey, what did you do this weekend? Oh, it's just another weekend. No, you were at GUADEC. You were at the GNOME conference. Tell people about that. Tell them what it is. And when you're here, engage with each other, especially if you've been in the community a little bit longer. Share your knowledge. Share your experiences. Encourage others to contribute more. Always, always more. And this isn't a Melissa Wu GNOME presentation when I don't ask for money. Another way you can contribute, make a donation. I've said this once, I've said this again. We all come from very different backgrounds. It doesn't have to be a personal donation. It could be a give or a get, meaning you are welcome to personally donate. That is wonderful. But you can ask your company if they'd like to sponsor something. You can ask your friends and family if they'd like to contribute in lieu of birthday gifts, for example. I actually heard about one company that will pay your salary towards the nonprofit for the hours that you volunteer. I've never heard that before, but what a wonderful way to financially support a nonprofit, which is what we are. So again, make a personal donation, ask others to give. I didn't highlight this, grant opportunities. Grant opportunities and sponsorship opportunities are always things that we're looking for. And having more eyes and ears helping us to find those grants is invaluable. You guys have access to things that sometimes we don't hear about, and you sharing that information with us helps us to prepare for making those requests. Other than forwarding the information to us, maybe giving some background, that's wonderful. You don't have to do more. You're welcome to, but we can take it from there. Company sponsorships. Some companies do a company match, where if you make a donation, they will match that donation, which doubles the money that you're contributing. And then, like I mentioned, this employee time match, which I had never heard before until a couple of weeks ago, which I was very, very impressed by. And so for those of you who want to share and spread the word, gnome.org/donate is the way that you're going to be able to do that. So that's my very quick presentation. And now I'd love to open it up to questions or even suggestions if anybody has any comments they'd like to make. All right, well, I want to call out actually the staff I'm drawing out time. We have Caroline in the back, Christy in the back, Bart one step forward, and then front row here we have Rosanna. So this is the dream team. And so all foundation related questions can certainly be addressed to us. We have Rob back here who can also answer all questions. But we're certainly around to support you guys in whatever endeavors you have. And we're very open to having you guys support us in our endeavors as well. Thank you. Well, I still have a bunch of time left. So I didn't even get any of my signs yet, which I didn't realize. I went through it pretty fast. We can either have a couple minutes of free time and then take a coffee break, or we're around to answer questions or brainstorm if anybody has any ideas.
I think it would be a good idea to have all the stats come up in front so that people can actually see them how they look like. Since you're there already and you call their name, so if they could actually stand with you in front. For those people actually watching online to actually know what the stats looks like, So that's a good time, a good way to actually.
Okay, as they're coming up, did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to repeat all of the requests and questions. So we've had a request to have the staff come up so that the online world can see what everybody looks like.
So I was wondering, is there any specific area of contribution that you would need more support from the community, the volunteers? Like, is it coding? Is it like translating something? Or just wondering if you have any necessity?
So we just got asked if there's any areas of necessity that we would like some volunteer contributions, and whether that would be on the code or translation side. Well, since this presentation is beyond the code, I would say that we definitely need the support in terms of volunteers helping out at events. We need assistance with some of our writing and social media. Bart can always use some additional hands in the infrastructure world. And Rosanna, man, I mean, anything you want to do.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And the short answer, the very short answer is, you want to help? You can give us some money. You can ask your company to give us some money. That helps too. Yeah, that's some ways you can. I mean, time is wonderful. Contributing your time, contributing your wealth, contributing your wisdom. Those are three key things that make a nonprofit and an organization successful. You can't have one without the other. Thank you guys.
Well, since we have this moment here and we have the whole stuff over there, I just wanted to kind of make or give my compliments on organizing this, because it's a really nice event, and also to the local organizing team, there is someone here, because this has been a very nice experience so far.
Thank you, Anissa. I want to make sure that that gets recorded on the live version. So we have a member of the audience that complimented the event quite nicely, thought that the staff was outstanding and amazing, and couldn't stop saying her compliments about how wonderful the volunteer and local teams were. We absolutely would never have been able to do it without all of the members, and so as you can see, every single contribution matters, and it all makes a difference into a very successful event and organization. Well, thank you, everybody. Why don't you grab a coffee or take a little break before the next one? Really appreciate it.
The only thing
Bye. forget you survive.
Alan Kaushik. I'm a BTech Computer Science sophomore in India. I am also the leader of Gnome Users Group, Delhi NCR region. I was a GSOC 2022 student under Gnome Foundation, which was probably the best time of my life. And I am also a GSOC 2023 student under Google Chromium, so let's just skip that. We didn't need to hear it. Okay, so our talk is on making applications more accessible, but due to lack of certain resources and guidelines, we'll be focusing a bit more on the website of it. But that said, the disabilities and inclusivity issues are mostly the same, so it shouldn't impact that much.
Hey everyone, I'm Pooja Patel, an incoming Masters of Human-Computer Interaction student, and I'm a proud Gnome Foundation member as well. A little about myself, I'm passionate about creating delightful functional user experiences to help people navigate complex digital landscapes and irrespective of their technology proficiency. So let's understand about the topic more. So what's the need for accessibility or inclusivity? So I just want to ask this to everyone that how many of you today used Google search or calendar or maps or just emailed someone? Everyone, right? So now imagine due to an inherent limitation, you couldn't do one or more of those things. How would your life be like, right? So what if you couldn't read words like people with dyslexia, or if you have some sort of color blindness, issues with red and green color and all of that? Maybe we can have some visual presentation of how that looks. I'll just turn on a simulator and we can just see that how a person with color blindness sees the screen. So this is the yellow-blue color blindness. As you can see, the colors have completely changed. And we can also see for people who suffer from dyslexia, the words for them sort of jumble. So we have to take care for fonts and the typefaces that we use. Moving ahead, the stats that we obtained from the WCAG website, it says that more than 1.3 billion people have significant disabilities. That is equivalent to the population of North America, Europe, New Zealand and Australia. That's a lot. So people with disabilities like those could be extreme as well, or some minor disabilities or impairments as well. Okay. So these are some of the real world experiences of disabled individuals. As we can see, these are the stories that we have obtained from websites. They say that they cannot shop online due to the red and green color issues. They cannot see the sale prices. The other person, Louise, he's an assistant with the Down syndrome, and he gets confused with large numbers, the choices to make. Another example we have of Alex, that is he's a reporter with the repetitive stress injury, so he faces difficulty using a mouse for an extended period of time. So there are individuals who face day-to-day issues as such. So if websites aren't accessible, you're missing out of 16.67% of the population. So that includes 71% who just leave who just leave the site because they find it hard to use, or 86% they just do not spend more time on that because there are barriers on that, like few barriers, and so 83% they do not access because they feel that those websites or these shopping sites are not accessible, so they do not even give it a try. So let's understand the what are the benefits for the users, developers and the companies on a broader perspective.
So in open source, like, we always need contributors, we always need a lot of users. We are a community which works on love. And so if we have more inclusive applications like better code editors, better applications which can be used by these users, then they can also tend to like work as a contributor and contribute to our mission, that is creating more open applications. Also, it will not only help them but also help us in the long term, because we all will suffer from some age-induced accessibility requirements, and so if we are building these applications in a way which helps them, it will also help us in the long run. Again, it is also giving more options to the users. The users will have better options, better alternatives where they can do the work they really love. It will also help brands have a better SEO. It brings better recognition, because if someone is using like GNOME and they see that it is more accessible, then they also will love it. They also will like to spread the word about it, that okay, this community cares about me, this community works some things so that I can also use internet like they do. Also, it is required by law in some countries, so following it will also like keep you out of legal trouble, and like no one wants that, I think, in their life.
Okay, so let's understand what's the role of a designer. So as we can see that people have lots of disabilities, that is blindness, learning difficulties or deafness. Now all these things could be situational, temporary or permanent. For example, let's see the blindness. So blindness could be situation that you're going in a bright sunny day and you cannot see the screen. That's a situational thing. Temporary could be like you lose your glasses. So that's again a situation. Permanent thing could be being blind or colorblind completely. So situation is something you can walk away from. Temporary is that you have to wait out, and permanent is something that you can't change. So similarly, learning difficulties we have and deafness. So what can we do to help these people? And accessibility is not just for people with disabilities, that actually benefits everyone. Okay, so if we go with the very basic thing, color and contrast. So there are two important categories in color and contrast. One is information bearing elements and one is decorative and disabled elements. When I talk about information bearing elements, those include text and states, image of text and even standalone icons. So all these are very important and they required a minimum of 4.5:1 contrast ratio. There are some exceptions in this as well. We'll talk about that later. So then the other comes decorative and disabled elements, like that could be logos, images or background pattern or any disabled pattern. So we do not require any contrast requirement in that. Now the exceptions are if you have a 14 pixel bold text or an 18 pixel regular, then you can go with the contrast ratio of 3:1. Again, the UI controls, that is the toggle or the radio buttons or graphical things, they do not require a 4.5:1 contrast ratio. So these are the ratios that we have obtained from WebApp Contrast Checker. One can also check the contrast of their websites through this link. The other thing is color independence. So as we can see in here, the link and the process tracker, when it is in color, it is a link, but we can see when it is in color, okay? But when we grayscale the whole thing, that is the process tracker and the link, we cannot understand if that is a link or on what particular step I am. If I'm on step 1, 2 or 3, which one is done. So for that thing, if we can sort of enhance the link by using an underline, it will be easier for the people who face color blindness to easily view it that that's a link. And even the process tracker, if we can just do little enhancement like a tick mark, that will be easier for them to understand on which step they are currently. Going ahead to font and typography, again a very basic thing, but there's a misconception about optimizing font legibility and readability. But it's important to define legibility and what is readability. So legibility is the measure of how distinguishable individual characters are, and readability is the measure of how it is easy to read the overall text. So one should try and cater to these little details, that is like avoid letters that are designed to be very similar to other shapes. As we can see here, the lowercase l and the uppercase I and the 1 in Gill Sans, they look like very similar, right? So one can avoid this by checking that if they are similar or not. The other thing is that the letters should be easily distinguishable from one another. People with severe impairments, they face a problem to distinguish characters, letters. So for that purpose, if those are easily distinguishable from one another, then it will be easy for them to identify what is that character. The third thing is that there should be a visible difference between the capital height and ascenders. As we can see here, the I and the L over here look same. As we know the spelling of illustrate, we can identify that this is illustrate, but the people who do not know, it will be difficult for them to understand. So above the x-axis, if there is a curve or if the height goes a little above than the I, then it will be easier for the people to identify that what the word means. Let's talk about layout. So layout, it is actually a rule-based thing, but small meaningful changes can really improve the overall website usability. So the content should appear in the predictable way. So supposingly pagination, as we know that how it is, the navigation mechanism works in the user interfaces, it should be, the position should not change. It could be the help icon or any other icon that is more frequently used. That should not be changed. The design clear focus and error state should be mentioned. That could be buttons or any interactive elements. Use of headings in a logical structure, that is the H1, H2 and H3. Group related content and provide specific relevant labels. So you can group the related content, supposingly first name, last name, even the addresses, that is the city, country and all. So these are the basic things can really help to improve the website for people.
Okay, so I will cover the roles of a developer because I tend to consider myself as a developer. So let's start with that. So these will include some basic points as well, because like I tend to assume that make no assumptions what someone know or what someone doesn't know, because a lot of these points even I didn't know before making this presentation. So let's start with the very basic, using alt text and ARIA accessibility attributes. Now alt text is not only important for people who can't see, because like they can understand, like if we click a picture of this room right now and we just add an alt text of image, like how will someone know that what the image represents? A better accessibility name would be that a picture of GUADEC conference held in Riga, Latvia in 2023. So that is like more accessible to people. Again, like when we put labels, sometimes we rely on other visual cues, other surrounding elements to explain that what this piece of text means. But just imagine, if you lose all that other context, will you be able to understand that label? Will you be able to understand that link? If not, then maybe either you need to fix that in the normal label as well, or you can just add an ARIA attribute or things like those to better represent that what is the difference between them. Other would be keyboard navigable applications. So applications should be made such that whatever you can do with a mouse should be able to be done with the keyboard as well. From this I don't mean that we have to go to a very cool and awesome era where we used to use terminals and keyboard was our only hope and like we looked like hackers, but even the GUI applications should be accessible just by a keyboard, and it should not fit into a trap, like you are using tab and you just got into a trap and you can't exit. So that kind of UI won't help people who can't use a mouse for serious injuries. Another would be like in-app customizability. Now this is a good to have feature but not a required feature. Now why I say that, because like as a developer I can understand that adding bit more code of customizability is hectic and can be bad, but if you have the developer force, if you have that motive, you can add those and it will just make the application go to the next mile. Another would be better described elements that just take the text or things out of the context and see if it works. Like what happens if we go to Mastodon and we open a tweet and sometimes people just argue about things because they don't have context. What we do in that case, we either provide them context or we just skip over. Same way, understand that these people without context, how will they understand things? Like they will also have different meanings, they will also derive different meanings out of things. So you should think in that regard and think that we should provide more context to places where there lacks some. Another would be using libraries like IL8 for translations. So multilingual people can provide translations. Like my extension is very small, a Gnome extension, but still has about 10 translations available, because these people love to contribute, and that is a good thing, because if you have using IL8 you can use that community power. And these are some common things, they're using label for forms, page language, which like I didn't use on my website, that is why I'm including it over here, using captions and transcripts, and media of various sizes and formats, because although 4K images and things like those are really cool, amazing, yeah, but if you're using a background image or just a visual cue, maybe you don't need that high quality images. Like I remember in India, we used to use 2G internet with 1 GB internet for a whole month, and like seeing images load 10%, then 20, 30, 40 is a lot of pain. So what we used to disable, sometimes we used to disable the images, so alt text was the only reliance, or we used to use websites which had these various images shipped with them, so that according to our device resolution or bandwidth, they used to change that. Now I will also cover some testing points. Now accessibility will be tested only by the developers and the users, because let's just assume you close our eyes, me and Pooja standing over here, you can't move, you can't talk to us, we can't talk to you. How will you differentiate between us? You can't, because for you we even don't exist. Like, so in the same way, an accessible person can't distinguish between what is good, what is bad, if the version is working good or bad. It is up to us developers and users to test that, okay, the accessibility version is looking like how it should be, it is not going into traps. Another thing is that there is no proper solution to check everything. It relies a lot on human efforts only. There are some dedicated tools like I have mentioned over there. And warning, they haven't sponsored us, the only sponsors were Gnome Foundation. But still, these are the tools which we use, and they are included over here because they pointed out a lot of errors on my websites. So maybe they are good. Now, these are some examples of some lawsuits. Now, I don't want to mention them because they are lawsuit, but because they were mentioned publicly and we have a record of these. In this, we can understand Domino's was sued in 2019. Harvard and MIT, which are like the pinnacle of education society these days, even they were sued in 2015 due to lack of accessibility. And the recent case was the Tokyo Olympics in 2020. So maybe we need to understand that there's still a lot of people don't know about these things. Still a lot of people are not including accessibility in their applications. That is why they are coming even these recently.
So how can we create an inclusive future? So there are some guidelines that have been provided by WCAG 2.2, as well as GNOME has their own guidelines that people can follow. So we can create an inclusive future for everyone. So these are the basic standards that one can follow to ensure that it is accessible. So the A standard is the level of conformance. It's the minimum accessibility standard. The AA is the acceptable accessibility standard, which is somewhere one should maintain to, and the AAA is the highest accessibility standard, which is being used in government and medical websites. So as we can see, the minimum has it should include like the people can able to navigate. There should be no traps. The videos have captions and everything. The AA, it requires a certain level of contrast level. Images need an alternate text, and the navigation should be very clear. So this is like the recent chart from the WCAG website. It says that the percentage of home pages with detected conformance failure over time. As we can see, there is little to no change. So I guess there are many things that we can work on for creating accessible websites. So these are some of the open source tools that one can use to sort of see if their websites are accessible or not. Okay. Now let's understand what GNOME is doing right and what can we learn from that.
So the first point is that the underlying code base is getting improved. Like yesterday only I heard a talk that they are implementing Rust into GNOME accessibility, and that is a good thing because now the code base is getting improved, there will be more contributors, and that is a good step in the direction. Another is that awareness is spreading. Like from that only we can understand that if people are working on it, if people are improving it, then definitely the awareness is spreading in the community, and that is also a good thing. I also saw the GNOME Circle guidelines, and they had a section about GNOME accessibility in that also. So that is a very good point because now people can see, okay, the GNOME Circle applications are good for me, they have accessibility guidelines for me, and like with that people can know, okay, if I use these applications, I am covered. Another would be like settings are easy to access and use. Another example, like yesterday only we heard that the GNOME settings for accessibility were improved, were redesigned, and that is a very good step in the direction because like even when I open the settings, it is very easy to access them, very easy to like turn it on, off, or whatever we want to change. And proper HID guidelines are present. So after like GNOME 40, like I saw the accessibility, the normal guidelines, also the design guidelines, and they are very detailed, they are looking good, and that is a good step in direction because with proper HID guidelines, we can move in a good direction in the UI side. Okay, so thank you, and if anyone has any questions, then yeah.
Yeah. I had a question. I was working on a website, like making the website accessible, and orange and yellow were some of the very like colors to be used on white background. So, and if there are brand colors, we can't change the shade of those colors. So, what do you suggest doing with those colors and making the text look accessible?
So for the brand logos and things like
no, brand logos and then the text in the brand logos color. Like suppose Ubuntu has the orange color, I want to write something in that orange color as well. So how do you suggest we can improve that?
So brand logos and aesthetic elements are usually not covered in this criteria because they're aesthetic only. They are not serving a real purpose to anything that the site is offering or the application is offering. So usually we turn a blind eye towards those because they are aesthetic only. They are not helping you in any regard. Regarding the site coloring, it is better to use colors which are accessible, and a lot of brands, that is why use colors which are more friendly in that regard, the contrast and those kind of things. So yeah, we have to focus on those colors, but brand logos, etc., their colors can be out of that range. So that is not an issue.
Just remind me to repeat the question.
Oh yes, sure. Yeah, so the question was how to when a logo has some color, a brand has some colors, or a site has some colors pretty colors like orange and red, then what to do in that regard.
I have a question. Do you know any good tools to do the accessibility augmented testing on more desktop applications? Hopefully for GTK, maybe some other systems like Qt as well.
Yeah, so we tried to search those, and that is the thing that we weren't able to find a lot of applications, any applications for testing desktop applications right now. The main thing I think we can do is make guidelines on that and using HIG guidelines, because in design side that covers pretty much all the things, but there is no tool to probably test it. And for me, I think the best tool regarding applications is just using ourselves as a human reader, as turning on screen reader, closing our eyes, because we know how the application works, and trying to navigate by a keyboard, trying to navigate ourselves and see where are we getting stuck. So I think the testing tool is us only, and we need to focus on that. Yeah.
How do you think GNOME can contribute to improve accessibility, and what are the ways that we can use to help out with that?
Okay. So the question was how can GNOME contribute to increasing accessibility? So certain thing can be in HIG guidelines we have an accessibility section, but that section is not that detailed. I think what we can do in that is making it more detailed, including some real life examples that what happens if you don't have certain accessibility improvements in there. And because when a developer is starting, they will open the HIG guidelines, see how to contribute, how to make the application, and if from the start only they know this is something I need to take care of, then the application will go a long run. But if you go after the fact and make it more accessible, then you don't achieve that high of a quality which you started with. So proper thing will be having proper guidelines on GNOME HIG and letting people know that this thing exists, and if you do this, then it will have more users, it will help your application be used by more people, more contributors, and things like those. So, any other questions? Okay, so thank you everyone.
Thank you, everyone. So that was the last talk for this track. We're going to have a quick break, and then we'll be over in track 1 for the lightning talks.